എഞ്ചിൻ ഗിയർ ബോക്സ് അതുപോലെ
Time for toss. I request both the captains to walk along with the tournament conveyors as well as the organizers. Spin of the coin. Ball is MPL and the toss won by Soul Power from Legends. The first semi-final of MPL Season 8 at WAYANAD Cricket Stadium being won by our Legends captain. What would you choose to do?
Of course, we will field first.
And what's the reason behind fielding first?
The only main reason is the wicket is third day we are going to play in the same wicket. And as I said day before yesterday, that there is a little bit grass on there on the middle of the wicket. And I'm sure it is not going to help for our bowlers right now. But yeah, we are going to use our maximum pace bowlers.
Do you have any changes in the team?
The same team.
And considering these are the knockout stages, I've seen that you played really good matches coming down to the end, to the brink, of course. But what would that change be that you would want to bring forward in your knockout stages that you carried away from the knockout?
Knockout stages always gives you goosebumps due to the tensions, because whatever performance you have done in the league round, whether it is top number one team or fourth team, end of the day the knockout matches will be on tension matches. So we are considering this as our final match.
Wish you the best of luck. On the other hand, hard luck Vijaya Cricket Club. And I would like to understand if you have any different plans and what would you have chosen if you had won the toss?
We also would have batted first.
don't think there is going to be just in the wicket because it's a shorter format. So it's a good toss to.
And do you have any changes in the team?
There is one change. Jamshi comes in instead of Maju.
Is that a tactical change or is something that you've been looking at as a surprise package?
It's a surprise package. Last day he was here, but he couldn't make it. But today he will do his max.
And what would be the takeaways for you from your league stages? Because considering what Tulpa from Legends mentioned as well, I think there's a lot of takeaways that you would have during your league matches. And what different would be the one that you would be looking for from your own team or from yourself during these knockouts?
Actually, lost one match. It was one of the best matches we played in this MPL. All are ready. Inshallah, we'll try our best to make it into the finals.
All the best. I hope that you have a great game. Both the captains, thank you for making it for the and all the best again. In the middle, you've got Solpa from Legends who won the toss and elected to field first. Check, check, check. Check 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Check, check.
both the teams get ready for the match, first semi-final of the day. Fielders, please get into the field and set the field. വിജയ സി സി ബാറ്റ്സ്മാൻമാർ എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് ഗ്രൗണ്ടിൽ ഇറങ്ങേണ്ടതാണ്. യൂട്യൂബ് റെഡി, കമന്ററി റെഡി, അമ്പയർ റെഡി. പ്ലീസ് എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് ഗ്രൗണ്ടിലേക്ക് ഇറങ്ങേണ്ടതാണ്.
I request the umpires to silent. Please to help us by starting off as quickly as possible. The umpires request you to set in all of the fields quickly. Running short of time, we have about 3 matches to conduct today. The only request would be to get this going ASAP. The sooner, the better. Otherwise, we'll end up with shortened overs and the daylight might not help us in any given way. So that's the last thing that the whole ground and the spectators will be looking for. And I'm sure the team captains will not be happy about it as well. So let's kick this off. The first semi-final of MPL Season 8 at WAYANAD Cricket Stadium, a picturesque stadium this, and a stadium where stalwarts have made their names, come here to practice, and they've made their way to glory. And this is another opportunity for youngsters and middle-aged men who are not so young, not so old, but very young at heart, can relive their childhood and relive all the memories that they would have had during their childhood as well. And this opportunity being provided by MPL Edition 8, and the title sponsor is M2 Natural Ayurvedic, and the title supporting sponsor is Allied Group. And we've had several other sponsors who've also made a lot of contribution in terms of getting this going. And a few of those names have been called out, and we would definitely thank them. And there's a heartful thanks that comes from our end for hosting such a great tournament. And it's an honor to be here commentating at such a beautiful ground with a really packed crowd that is expected during the end of the day. And to actually help us conduct all of this, we've had excellent sponsors, and some of the sponsors that I would like to mention, and notable ones, are Cash Plus, Cap Index, Crave Art, Soba Resto Plus, Neera Nai, Astor Mims, Parisons, Sangeet Ice Cream, and our digital partner, Caps. With that, it is the time to welcome both of these teams to a stupendous clash that we await. And the winner of this will be moving into the final. And the final showdown to be held tomorrow at the Sweri Stadium. And one of them will have the opportunity to get down to the end. And the first semi-final, like I mentioned, is between Vijaya Cricket Club and Soul Parfum Legends. Played a brave knock, these two teams, during the league phases. And they're here in the knockout phases to face each other. And we expect nothing short of a cracking contest. And to begin that, we have Soul Parfum Legends who won the toss and elected to field first. With that, the batsmen have also set in to the field, and we would begin in about a couple of minutes. To begin the proceedings for Soul Parfum Legends is Altaf with the ball, and we have Sorab and Aska in the middle. And we're starting off this match exactly at 9 a.m. and the allotted time to bowl out the first 15 overs is 1 hour and 15 minutes. That's 75 minutes overall. In post 75 minutes of the stipulated timeline, we would follow the IPL rules or the international cricket rules, where we will have one fielder coming inside the ring. And they will be only left with 4 fielders to field outside the ring after the stipulated timeline. So it is pretty important that all of these teams stick to those timelines and ensure that they are completing it as well. Here we go, the first semi-final, MPL 8. Vijaya Cricket Club versus Soul Parfum Legends. Altaf coming over the wicket. Starts off with a short one and put away the very first delivery. What a shot that from Aska. Well, that was a loosener, definite loosener from Altaf. Stretching his arms, which he should have done a little earlier from the perspective of the captain. And immediately a word of advice coming through from his teammates. But that is a great start for Vijaya Cricket Club. And this is the danger man. They are definitely looking at removing this man, Aska, capable of doing the damage up front with the bat and the ball. Again, down the leg side, that is sloppy from the keeper as well as the bowler. It looks like it's been stopped but given for by the umpire. So it is extras and a A boundary to add to that. Very, very wayward. Well, was never in control of bowling that delivery, Altaf. Shot up, but never on target. Well, especially when you're playing a crunch match, you're expected to stay on top and get ready since the beginning to bowl those exceptional deliveries, and that's what's expected every given day. But on such crunch occasions, you will have to give 110%. Unfortunately, Altaf was not able to swing his arms well to get that delivery out. And I'm sure that he would be trying to make amends. Again down the leg side. Not given a wide considering it's taken the pad while it was going through. Therefore not given as a wide. Lucky reprieve that for Altaf. This should have been put away as well. Askar was expecting that to go down the leg side. It just moved quite a bit towards his offside. But yet gets a small pleat of his cloth. Takes the jersey. Give away a good ball. Down the leg side again, it goes for a wide. Another extra. Very, very wayward from Altaf. Starts off with a boundary, then a wide along with a boundary, and he's already given away 10 runs, including this wide. Struck away towards the leg side for a single. That's what Altaf would be looking for as well. Not to take him for too many runs. And half the over through. They have 11 on the board. Changes in field. They've got a long off. It's a long off and a deep cover. Well, while the ball is sitting up, a deep point is required. Bowling shot, and this seems to be another wide, another extra added to the board. Another wide. Another extra. Well, not on target, Altaf. Not in his rhythm at all. The captain is yet to face a delivery of Vijaya Cricket Club. Sorab on strike. He's yet to face a delivery, but he's already had 2 wides bowled at him. On the other hand, Altaf has just gone through half the over, but conceded 13 runs. Very, very important match. Crunch 1, the semi-final of MPL Season 8. The first semi-final at WAYANAD Cricket Stadium begins with an expensive over, and Vijaya Cricket Club will be elated. Well, not real consistency there from Altaf. This time he gets a good delivery, and that's let alone by Sorab. And he's happy about leaving that away considering he's got enough runs on the board from the first over. And I'm sure he'll be trying to make amends. Altaf. Much better delivery. Second time around, he's got a good delivery. Again, this was going towards the wide line. Not really in control. He's just spraying it across. One more delivery to go. Scorecard already reads 13 for no loss. That's a beautiful shot driven towards covers. Cut off by wide long off. For a single, that's a beautiful shot leaning into that driver, Sorab. After the end of first over, we've got 14 for no loss. Expensive over from Altaf, and the captain has a lot of thinking to do. When your spearhead goes for 14 runs in the very first over, you expect the other bowlers to step up, but will that be the case? The captain, like I said, will have a big job at hand to maneuver his force. And his thinking cap will be heating up already. No wonder, considering the first over has gone for 14 runs without a wicket. We've got the second bowler to bowl the second power play over. We have 4 overs of power play. Only 2 fielders allowed outside the ring. And this is the time to capitalize for Vijaya Cricket Club. And the captain will be raring to go as well. Short one and down the leg side. Given the treatment by the captain. He was itching to go right from the beginning. And they're making it count. That was a loosener again from bowler. Well, both these bowlers starts off with 4 runs and in a similar fashion. Short one down the leg side and pulled away by both these batsmen. First over it was Askar to Altaf. And this time it was Nabi against Sorab. That was trying too hard there, Sorab trying to cut it away towards the cover region or the point. Not able to get much on it considering he played it a little too early. And wasn't in the line of the shot. It was too close to the body to cut as well. Good comeback. The ball moving a bit as well. Down the ground it goes towards the wide long off rather. And that is another single added to the board. A decent start for Nabi. Well, started off with a boundary, but the next 2 deliveries have been good. And let me remind you that the left hand right hand combination is always a difficult one to deal with for the bowler as well as the captain, because they keep moving around their field as well as they get adjusted in the field, but that is a big wicket. Askar hands over a simple catch. Was never there for a cut. He was just trying to amble it towards third man. Ends up only giving an edge, and that is first strike. And a big strike for Legends. Soul Parfum Legends find their first blood. The man walking back is a dangerous left-hander, Askar. Good bowling from Nabi. He was making the batsman go at it, bowling it too close to comfort for the batsman, and he managed to only get an edge. And he's walking back without troubling the scorers too much that he is usually accustomed to. Big wicket. After that, first over, a very expensive one. Beautiful comeback from Nabi for Soul Parfum Legends. And that's what good teams are made of. Nerves of steel. When the one bowler that they have gets hit, the other backs him up. They've done that very well here. Legends. And in comes another new batsman this time around. Both are right-handers. I was just talking about the left-hand, right-hand combination some time ago. Always a difficult one for the bowler as well as the captain of the fielding team to set their fields and keep constantly maneuvering them. This is a reprieve for legends. Two right-handers in the middle. The captain will be elated for sure. Check 1, 2, 3. Coming around the wicket again is Nabi. While ball struck towards covers and a quick single to get off strike. Naufal, the new batsman, gets off strike in the very first delivery. Tucked it down towards the cover region for a single and they snuck one away. MPL edition 8 in progress. We've come down to the knockout phases. Day 6 in progress. And we've got a spicy contest in the middle with the first semi-final between Soul Pathum Legends versus Vijaya Cricket Club. And the captain of Legends won the toss and elected to field first. First over cost them 14, but they've pegged back. That's down the ground again. Well played. A bit uppishly though. Nevertheless, it's only a single taken. Well bowled. Excellent bowling from Nabi. First one was expensive, but not the second one. They picked up a beautiful wicket. Actually, speaking from the context of the game, Askar, the hard hitter, has gone back to the hut. He's gone back to the pavilion, not disturbing the scorers too much. But on the other hand, they still are running at about 10.5 per over. Thanks to the first over, 14 from the first, 7 from the second. Scorecard reached 21 for 1 after 2 overs. Let me remind you, we do have a stipulated timeline to complete the 15 overs. Every passing delivery post those 75 minutes will have one fielder shortened from the outfield. That's a beautiful shot, leaning to the drive again. That is classic textbook cover drive from the captain. Well, may look like old school, but never count out. Another shot, but straight to the man again 2 times. He's played a great shot and it was so elegant. Deserved more runs. It's just that he was not able to place it well. Better placement. Could have had 2 fours by now to his name. But beautiful batting from the captain. He seems to be in a good flow. Bat moving well. And the feet moving along with it too. That's a great shot from Naufal. He picked it up so well. Good pickup shot. Not a lot of pace on it. He generated that power to put it away. Again, second time in a row, he stuck it away. But this time in the gap, they should get 3 runs for sure. Coming back for the third is the captain. Good return, we'll see the end. But that wasn't a great return from the deep. Good running. Excellent running in the middle by both these batsmen, especially the captain. The moment it was struck, he was looking for the extra run, and he's made it count. 3 runs of that delivery. Again, 2 deliveries on the leg side. This was much better. Well, he's been trying his best. Altaf, the first 2 deliveries again weren't on the target. This one was definitely on the target. He tried to dig it out. Saurabh rather he should have gone for a drive. That's much better. Well done. Just a single, but a great shot. He seems to be in supreme touch there, Saurabh, with the way he's timing the ball. Well, if he peppers the field on the leg side and put them in the gaps, he will get more than what he is looking for. After the end of the third one, their scorecard reached 28. Just a tad over 9 runs, 9.3 to be precise. Run rate. They continue to do that. 15 overs. They will get to somewhere around 135, 140. That's a more than decent target to be defending in a semi-final. Anywhere between 150 to 160 will be an excellent target to defend, especially in a knockout game. Quite difficult. Abhi starts off again down the leg side. Again gone for 4 runs. This is a repeat of what he did in the first over, going down the leg side. And the surprising element that I've noticed is during the course of the game, I've seen a lot of these bowlers trying to bowl down the leg side without a fine leg fielder. Down the leg side, it goes for a wide. The bowler under pressure. And that's what happens when you're not on top of your game. A full toss. And given a wide by the umpire. That's another extra. A real freebie missed out by Saurabh. He's calling it a no ball. He was expecting that to be called a no ball. However, the umpire having a discussion. This man on strike, the captain of VIJAYA Cricket Club, not only is leading his team on the field, this man also leads the under-19 Saudi team from the sidelines. He is the coach of under-19 Saudi's cricketing team, and he's at that level, so this shouldn't be a real task for him. The way he's batting, he definitely looks in supreme touch, and that's exactly what we would want to see in a semi-final encounter. That's a good shot to get off strike as well. And while he's leading this team here, he was also the former captain of Saudi cricketing team, the adults, I meant. He led that team for a while, and I'm sure that he's taken them to glory. That's a beautiful shot, cracking shot that from Naufal. Was definitely there to hit. However, there's a good chance of stopping that from the fielder, which he did not utilize. It goes away for 2 runs. But that was extremely well timed. both these batsmen not trying to go too hard at it, and that's the beauty of cricket, especially in power play overs. Well, they make it look ridiculously easy when they time it, and nothing can look more elegant. Up in the air again. Extremely well played. Beautiful hit that for a long six. And that is the touch of class. Timed it so well. Sat down and sent it a long way. Nawful. What a shot. Well, it definitely isn't as easy as it looks, but that's how easy he makes it look. The ground, straight to the man though at mid-off. No run taken. Well, I'm running short of words to describe the previous shot. He was so good to the eye that we had to watch it on replay time and again. You have to notice the nuances involved in that shot. Getting down on time, moving the bat towards the offside, especially the bottom end coming into effect, and the elevation at the end. Again, this time he goes, but down the ground, chance of a catch, and the man doesn't go for it. The man had long off, hesitated for a second. That's good enough to not attempt the catch. And after another expensive over, scorecard after the end of 4 overs reads 44. 44, a 16 run over this. Expensive. Very, very expensive considering the nature of the game. Well, that was the last over of play, and they were trying to use it to the maximum, and he's done that to great effect. Both Nawfal and Saurabh. The man who did a lot of damage during that was Nawfal. One extremely good hit over covers for 6, and the other one was put away by Saurabh down the leg side. Third over for Altaf, and the fielding restrictions lifted. That's a good shot. Man at square leg will cut it off. This is a much better field for Altaf. I'm yet to still see the fine leg deep enough, but we've got a deep third man, deep cover point, long on, long off, and square leg. With him bowling short down the leg side, the need of fine leg is really, really high. Well, a quick change again. Looks like this will be a fuller delivery from Altaf for the field that he's had. Exactly, that's what he bowls. That's good effort from Altaf, bowling to the field. Recognizes that Suraj is pretty strong on the offside, especially the cover region. Bowls the fuller one, has protection in the deep and gets him off strike. And that's why it is very important to understand the batsman's game. Fuller again, that's much better. And that's poor fielding in the deep. That should have been cut off, but the fielder not up to the task. It's a boundary. That's the 50 up for the team. Team 50 for Vijaya Cricket Club. And on the other hand, Soul Powerful Legends will be ruining their chances. Well, they're trying to hold it off since the beginning, but they've been erratic in their bowling attempt. straying offline quite often. That's a fabulous shot, and that should be run away to the fence. Well. That is a mistake if it's done once. It's a habit if it keeps continuing. I think that's what's happening again for Altaf. He's been straying in line. That's why it's very, very important to have that fine leg, especially when you know that you've been straying in line. Well, the previous deliveries were good because he was trying to bowl to the field fuller and having the batsman drive it down the ground. But on this occasion, on the previous occasion, it was wrong line, therefore punished. This one again, he pegs back to his previous ways. He gets a run. That's beautiful timing from Nofil, the previous delivery. That's well played. Good shot. Extremely well timed again by Sorab. Well, both of these players have played some really good shots without any results. But let me tell you, they've been timing extremely well. And that is a great stuff for both of these batsmen because they're just getting set. And once they get set, that timing will help them get to really good shots of decent deliveries as well, which will make inroads in the overall scoreboard. After the end of 5, we've got 55. And they've just got 1 wicket. Well, nothing of the last 3 overs. The second over is when Askar was removed. But after that, it's been a one-way show for Sorab and Nofil. They're peppering the field very well. But most importantly, they're able to find really good timing. Well, time check for the with 30 minutes on and just 5 overs bowled. Another 45 minutes to go to complete the next 10. It's called a bum ball, considering that bowler was not able to bowl it. Like that's a dead ball. Shot one up in the air, should be taken and dropped. Well, Altaf is not having a great day in the field. That was coming down his throat. All he had to do was station himself right at the rope and pouch it. However, he overruns it, not able to get his arms on the ball, just fingers that away to the fins. takes the fingers and goes to a boundary. Well, that is disheartening for the bowler, especially when you're bowling the first delivery and then sitter being dropped. Fahad, the bowler, was a slower delivery. That's well bowled by Fahad. Really, really good stuff from Fahad. Recognizes that Naufel's trying to go hard at him, not giving the pace behind the ball. Bowling a slower delivery to ensure that it doesn't get hit away for the boundary. And good stuff. Going back to bowl his third delivery, and this time to the captain. Sorab on strike, up in the air it goes. Falls short of the fielder. And they get a single. To get off strike is Sorab. And handing it back to Naufel. The semi-final encounter, the first semi-final of MPL Season 8 at WAYANAD Cricket Stadium in progress. Match between VIJAYA Cricket Club and Solpa from Legends in progress. And after winning the toss, Legends opted to bowl first. And after the end of 5 overs, they were at 55 for 1. They picked up a big wicket off Askar, the hard-hitting batsman in the second over. But after that, Naufels played a blitzkrieg of an innings with some exceptional shots off his back. And on the other hand, Sorab looks like a solid wall, not letting past anything, and has been timing it extremely well. Oh, he's trying to force things now, and will that be stopped? Yes, it is. Good fielding in the day, coming back only for 2 runs. Good stuff in the deep. He had to cover a lot of ground, and he did so in style there, the man in the deep. Sorab, the ex-captain of Saudi cricket team and also the current coach of under-19 Saudi team, is showing his prowess with the bat, and that was class again. What a flick with such power and such elegance is Sorab. Well, this man's cricketing career is not only on the sidelines, but also in the middle of the field, and that's what he's trying to prove out there. And is doing that very, very well thus far after the end of the over. 65 after the end of 6. Going at about 11. We've got a new bowler introduced into the attack. It will be Tahmir alias Temi, as he's sweetly called by his teammates. The winner of this contest will be moving to the final. And this is the first semi-final, so this will be the first team entering, and we'll have a day's time to get to the final, a good day's rest. A 15 over affair in progress as the first semi-final. Vijaya Cricket Club versus Soul Power from Legends. Soul Power from Legends have won the toss and elected to field first. It started off with an expensive over of 14 runs, but post that, Nabi picked up a really big wicket of Husker. But since then, it's been one-sided affair with Sarab and Nofal playing pretty well and stitching up a partnership. Looks like the captain's running out of breath, and that can be seen during his shots. Well, until now, he was timing it pretty well with the feet moving well, and all of a sudden, due to shortness of breath, his feet movement aren't as great as the ones that he had earlier, and that should be utilized by the bowling team. But on the other hand, this man looks very, very active. He's been kept off strike for some time, Nofil, but an extremely good throw from the deep. Well, everyone may be post 40s in their age, but they're certainly close to 18, not more than that at heart. And that's something that I want to pass on to every single human being out here. Age is just a number, and that's personified by the way that our ex-captain of Saudi and the current the under-19 coach and the captain of Vijaya Cricket Club, Sorab, has shown. When you put your mind to work, age is just a piece of number on a paper. Slower bowler introduced into the attack is actually changed the complexion of the game. That's a good change from the captain. Well, the scoring rate may come down, but the overall run rate needs to come into check as well. But that can happen only if wickets are taken. Trying to force things, and it's gone a long way. What a flat batted hit for a six. What a great shot. Swept it away from his presence. That goes a long way. Extremely well timed again. Amazing shot from the captain. Put his head down and sent the ball away from his presence. Well, the commentator's curse is at its peak. I was just talking about the slower bowler holding off things, and things flew quickly on the other direction. Oh, that is close. Down the leg side. Or does it take the bat? It's an inside edge, says the umpire. So 2 runs taken off that delivery. With change of strike, it is Sorab into his 45s. Lot of power behind it, and he's done it so well. Cut it away with a lot of force. No chance of stopping that. Well, definitely good change. But like I've been always saying during the tournament, the bowlers need to bowl to their fields. The field setup is so important. Bowling a good delivery doesn't make sense until you have a good field. That's down the leg side. Given a wide by the umpire. Extras. The bowler under pressure already. Good shot down the ground. Will that run away to the fence? Chase for both of these fielders and they collected pretty well to get a single. Fahad the fielder. Good cover in the deep. And Anas is slowly getting into his rhythm. Not been able to bowl well the first few deliveries, but he comes back with a beautiful flighted delivery. Tossed up again. Coming back for a single is Sorab. And now hands it over to Naufal. Naufal's the one leading the scoring, but Sorab's been there for a while. And on strike will be Naufal, and he'll try to go big as well. Oh, that was a big heave attempted. Was definitely there for the taking. He was trying to go too hard at it. Misses out completely and ends up getting beaten. But that was a really good tossed up delivery to be hit away towards the mid-wicket region. And then asked to bowl again to Naufal from over the wicket. Leg cut and a beautiful delivery that. That was a ripper. That was a ripper from Anas, and that would have been applauded by even the best of leg spinners. Even from the best of leg spinners, they would have applauded that. That was sublime from Anas. Well, it's difficult to hit that delivery out of the park towards the leg side because that's the longest boundary. But that is a much better shot. Well done by Naufal, coming back for the second. Are they? No, good return from the deep. Ensures only a single, but good vision from Naufal. When you know it was trying to be too difficult, Anas, by bowling it straight, he couldn't get it over the mid-wicket fielder. Therefore, he shuffles across, sends it away to the man at fine leg. After the end of the over, 85.
Do you ever feel like your bed is working harder than you to keep you awake? Ever woke up with backache that makes you question if you're 80 years old? That's probably due to your mattress. Want the solution? Try our mattress now and wake up feeling refreshed.
Try to force things a little more and starts off with a wider one and goes away. Again, two leg side to start off with for the first delivery. Going down leg side and treated very well by the batsman. Just puts bat on ball and gets that four that he was looking for. Fabulous shot from Naufal. He's playing a blinder of an innings in a semi-final encounter. And this blinder can get them through if they continue to do so in the next few overs. Much better delivery, but he uses the offside field to maneuver that for 2 runs. Extremely good batting from Naufal. Very, very sensible and cricketing awareness at its best. Tamir back for his second over. Starts off with a boundary and a 2. That's 6 runs leaked already. Tucked away. Will they come back for the second? They're trying to push for it. But the bowler collects the ball himself to keep it down to 1 run. First 3 deliveries has cost them 7 runs already. And they will be looking for anything upwards of 140 from here on. They're already on the 9th over. And they're striking at close to 10.5 runs per over. And they will be looking to make somewhere around 150, 160 from here on. Going at the same run rate, if not higher. They should at least end up at 150. That's good batting. That runs away like a missile. That is beautiful batting from Sorab. Tracks away like a tracer bullet to the boundary. There's no stopping that, and he's found the field placement very, very weird for himself. The bowler who's bowling the fuller one, he does not have anyone in the deep to cover that. That delivery didn't deserve 4 runs, but that was really good shot from Sorab, piercing the field to perfection. That's the sweep and swept hard. That is 4. Well, slumping there the fielders, and the misfield gets the team 100. They've already got 15 runs off the over. They're going at 85 under the last over. In the 9th over, they've scored 15 runs thanks to a couple of boundaries from Sorab and the first one from Nofil. Started off with 4, then a 2, and then 2 more 4s to add to that. And a single. 15 runs in all brings up the 100 for Vijaya Cricket Club in the 9th over. That's well played. Merit of the delivery. Just driven it down the ground for a single. 1-0-1 after the end of the over. 9 overs down. 101 on the scorecard for the loss of just 1 wicket. And Nofil, while he's playing a blinder, Sorab is playing a really steps down, and he was trying to go downtown, misses out. It's only a single. Anna's doing a great job by keeping Sorab off strike. But Nofil, on the other hand, is another pinch hitter. What is he capable of? Let's find out what he has to offer against Anas. Steps down! Should be caught! No man there! And it goes all the way. What a hit down the ground. It's downtown. And he's got his individual 50. That is the first 50 of the day. And a great one at a very, very crucial time for Vijaya Cricket Club. This man is riding on his timing today. Unless he has fancy things to offer, he can go all the way. the best batsman, but let's find out what Sorab has to offer as well. Good shot. This time towards covers, or rather cover point. He had all the time in the world to put it away, but chose to go on the ground. He could have got the elevation over the cover fielder for 4 runs. And that's what they need to do from here on. Try to make it count. Again, that's a beautiful shot. Great timing on that one. But that should have been put away down leg side towards the fine leg fielder. He was the one inside the ring. Well, he gave himself room to go for that shot, but not good enough to swivel it away. Ensures he only pulls it strong enough for a single. Loopy delivery again, tucked away so well. Coming back for the second, are they? Yes, they call for the second. Chance of a run out of the non-strikers. And a better throw. Would have sealed it. Excellent running between the wickets by these two young men at heart. The fielder in the deep was casual about the approach and they've made him pay. They've made him pay by going for that second. And Naufal is playing a brilliant innings. It's a mixture of sensible batting as well as power hitting from Naufal. Down the leg side, goes for another wide. Well, he's played a beautiful innings. He's taking it through to the end. The dot delivery. A rare dot delivery in the over and the innings as well. After the end of 10-1-1-3. 10 overs, 113 on the cards. They're looking.
We will treat you well. Astor Men's Hospital, Calicut.
உங்க முடிய கவனிக்காம விட்டீங்கன்னா உங்களால வாழவே முடியாது.
சொட்டனா பிடிக்காது.
நீங்க முடிய கவனிக்காம விடுறது இந்த யூனிவர்ஸ் கூட உங்க கனெக்ஷனை அன்பிளக் பண்ற மாதிரி. முடி உதிர்றது இல்ல சொட்ட விழுகிறதோட வலி பிரேக்கப்பை விட கொடுமையானது. ஆனா அந்த வலியை சரி பண்ண சில ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் இருக்கு. சவுத் இந்தியாலே லீடிங் கம்பெனியா இருக்க கேரளாவை சேர்ந்த எம்எஸ் நேச்சுரல் ப்ராடக்ட்ல ஹேர் ஃபால், டேண்ட்ரஃப், ப்ரீ மெச்சூர் ஹேர் இதெல்லாம் ஸ்பெஷலா சரி பண்ண பியூரான கோகனட் ஆயிலோட சேர்த்து 21 ஹெர்ப்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணி MABL லேப்ஸ்ல டெஸ்ட் பண்ணி ISO GMPல சர்டிபிகேஷன் வாங்கின பெஸ்ட் ஹேர் ஆயில் தான் இது. பல ஆக்டர்ஸ் இந்த
That's tucked away towards leg side. Fielder in the deep, the square leg fielder cuts it off for a single. It's very important for the bowlers to recognize that these two batsmen are not going hard. So try to bowl those fuller deliveries and ask them to time it. And that's much better bowling as well. Either a short ball or a full delivery, because that's not as easy as it gets for these two batsmen. When they're timing it so well, they can either shun it down the ground or try to find those gaps, and it's not easy to do that every single delivery. Up in the air and a beautiful catch, but he's injured himself, I guess. Umpire, 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 can you please give me a moment? Umpire, umpire, umpire.
தான் இன்னும் யூஸ் பண்றாங்க. அண்ட் இந்த ப்ராடக்ட் தான் என்னோட ஹேர் சீக்ரெட்டும். இது டென்ஷன், அலர்ஜி, மைக்ரேன்ஸை குறைச்சு ஒரு நிம்மதியான தூக்கத்தை தரும். இது
I request the teams to settle down, please. There is a discussion
யூஸ் பண்ணி மசாஜ்
that's happening in the middle.
கொடுக்க சிக்பி ஃப்ளோர்
Please allow the umpires to have that discussion.
யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். இந்த ப்ராடக்ட் உங்களுக்கு வேணும்னா MS ஹேர்னு கமெண்ட் பண்ணிட்டு DM பண்ணுங்க. இந்த ப்ராடக்ட் உங்களை தேடி வரும். தயவு செஞ்சு உங்க முடியை பத்திரமா பார்த்துக்கோங்க.
എത്ര ദൂരെ പോയാലും ഒരിക്കൽ തുടങ്ങിയിടത്തേക്ക് തിരിച്ചു വരണം.
നമ്മൾ MS നാച്ചുറൽ കമ്പനി എന്നാണ് വരുന്നത്. അതായത് നമ്മൾ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് യൂസ് ചെയ്ത കസ്റ്റമേഴ്സിന് ഡയറക്റ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള റിവ്യൂസ് കാര്യങ്ങൾ കളക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ഇറങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ളത്. നിങ്ങൾ ഏത് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് യൂസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നത്?
ഹെയർ ഓയിലാണ്.
എത്ര മാസമായി?
ഞാൻ ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു 6 മാസമായി. ആദ്യം ഞാൻ അബുദാബിയിലായിരുന്നു. ഒരു മാർച്ച് ഏപ്രിൽ ആ ടൈമിൽ ഞാനൊരു ബോട്ടിൽ വാങ്ങി ജസ്റ്റ് ട്രൈ ചെയ്ത് നോക്കിയതാണ്. ഒരു 4 മാസം യൂസ് ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ റിസൾട്ട് ഉണ്ട്. പിന്നെ ഇപ്പോൾ വെക്കേഷൻ വന്നപ്പോൾ സെക്കൻഡ് ബോട്ടിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ പർച്ചേസ് ചെയ്ത്.
ഒരു ബോട്ടിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ എപ്പോഴാണ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് റിസൾട്ട് കണ്ടു തുടങ്ങിയത്? ഒരു ബോട്ടിൽ
അതായത് ഞാൻ ചെയ്തതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ആ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഫോട്ടോ എടുത്ത് ആ 4 മാസത്തിൻ്റെ ഗ്യാപ്പിൽ ഞാൻ തല നോക്കിയിട്ടേ ഇല്ല. നോർമൽ നമ്മൾ ഇങ്ങനെ അത് യൂസ് ചെയ്യും, ഓയിൽ യൂസ് ചെയ്യും, അല്ലാതെ നമ്മൾ ഡെയിലി ഫോട്ടോ എടുത്ത് നോക്കുന്ന ആ ഇതില്ല. പിന്നെ അതുപോലെ ആ 4 മാസം കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഞാൻ ജസ്റ്റ് ഒന്ന് ഫോട്ടോ എടുത്തപ്പോൾ നല്ല റിസൾട്ട് ഉണ്ട്. സെക്കൻഡ് ബോട്ടിൽ ഞാൻ ഇതാണ് ബിഫോർ, ഇത് ബിഫോർ, ആഫ്റ്റർ. 4 മാസത്തെ റിസൾട്ടാണ്. ഫ്രണ്ട്സിന് പിന്നെ ഇതുപോലെ അവിടെ UAE ഫ്രണ്ട്സ് ഉണ്ട്. കാരണം എല്ലാവരും ഇതിനെ കുറിച്ച് പറയലുണ്ട്. നമുക്ക് പേഴ്സണലായിട്ട് ഇതില്ല, അങ്ങനെ 1-2. പിന്നെ എൻ്റെ ഫ്രണ്ട് പപ്പായൻ്റെ ഓയിൽ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് കുഴപ്പമില്ല. അത് അവിടെ പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ആ ഡിസംബർ ടൈമിൽ അവർ യൂസ് ചെയ്ത് തണുപ്പിന് നല്ല മോയ്സ്ചർ ഫീലിംഗ് ഉണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. ആദ്യം ഞാൻ ഇൻസ്റ്റാഗ്രാമിൽ പേജിൽ ഇതുപോലെ മെസ്സേജ് അയച്ചിട്ട് ചോദിച്ചു, അവിടെ കൊറിയർ ചെയ്ത്. രണ്ടാമത്തെ ഇതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇൻസ്റ്റാഗ്രാമിൽ മെസ്സേജ് ചെയ്തു, നാട്ടിലെ നമ്പർ തന്നെ, അങ്ങനെ കൊറിയർ.
നമ്മൾ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് യൂസ് ചെയ്ത കസ്റ്റമറാണ്, ഓരോ റിവ്യൂസ് കാര്യങ്ങൾ അവർ പറഞ്ഞത്, അവർക്ക് നല്ല റിസൾട്ട് ഉണ്ടെന്നാണ് പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് നമുക്ക് എന്ത് ചെയ്യാം, ഒരു പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ഗിഫ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യണം.
താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്.
MS Natural Products is a trusted name in the Indian beauty care industry, primarily focusing on hair care oils, skincare solutions, and face packs. Started decades ago as a traditional family craft by their forefathers, the business is now in the dedicated hands of Mr. Abdussamad Karimbulakal and his wife Marshida. With their care and commitment, it has grown into one of the leading manufacturers of natural hair and skincare products in South India. Driven by a passion for purity, MS Natural Products blends traditional wisdom with modern formulations to create safe, nature-inspired solutions for everyday beauty and health. Among our product range is the signature hair oil prepared with pure coconut oil and more than 21 natural herbs. It helps prevent hair fall, removes dandruff, and slows down premature graying. This powerful blend supports naturally strong and healthy hair. Our range also includes refreshing face packs and other nature-based solutions, all rooted in purity, performance and care. Each of our products is crafted with care, using only pure natural ingredients. From our signature healthcare oil to nourishing papaya kungumadi oil, each product reflects a commitment to quality, safety and authenticity.
പണ്ട് മുതലേ എൻ്റെ അമ്മയും വല്യമ്മമാരൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയ ഒരു എണ്ണക്കൂട്ട് കാലക്രമേണ ഞാനുണ്ടാക്കി എൻ്റെ കുട്ടികൾ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് ഞാനും ഞങ്ങളെ ഫാമിലി മൊത്തം ഉപയോഗിച്ചിട്ട് നല്ല റിസൾട്ട് ഉണ്ടായപ്പോൾ നമുക്കിത് പുറത്തേക്ക് എന്തുകൊണ്ട് എത്തിച്ചുകൂടാ എന്ന് ഹസ്ബൻഡ് ചോദിച്ചപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾ രണ്ടാളും കൂടി ഇതൊരു ബിസിനസ് ആക്കാൻ തീരുമാനിച്ചു. അങ്ങനെ തുടങ്ങിയതാണ് നമ്മുടെ ഈ ഒരു MS. നമ്മൾ പ്രകൃതിദത്തമായ ചേരുവകൾ ഉപയോഗിച്ചിട്ടാണ്
203. Fahad to bowl again, and he is to bowl to Nofil. And the sole power from Legends. Vijaya Cricket Club having the upper hand due to that knock from Nofil, and the captain himself in the middle to complete the job. It's fine leg for a single. That was a good ball to begin with for a newcomer. A tad more pace on that. Could have hurried the batsman a little more. He was already hurried, but not good enough to get an edge on it. So the experienced customer in the middle is Sorab, and he's on strike, and to bowl to him is Fahad over the wicket. Tucked away for a single. And will that be an extra? Yes, they call for an extra. Better throw was required from the fielder. Sloppy fielding that every single run counts, especially in a knockout game. No scope for giving those extra runs. After the end of the over, the completion of 11, 123 for 2. 123 for 2. I request the umpires to give them a time check. Sorab batting on 44 in 30 deliveries. He's 6 short of an individual 50 for himself. If he gets there, that will be the second one in this innings. First one from Nofil. 123 for 2 after the end of 11. They're scoring at 11 runs per over. Another 20-30 runs from here on. It's already game on for Vijaya. They've still got 4 overs to go. I'm sure they'll be aiming anywhere between 150 to 160. Amir back to bowl his third over. A packed offside field for Tahmir. Looks like it will be a fuller one as well on the offside. Yes, that's what we were looking at. Gets off strike is Naeem. Had that been Sorab, he would have driven it down the ground, which is the right shot to play. Given the benefit of doubt that Naeem's just stepped in, he would want to settle before he plays those shots. Given 4 overs to go, Sorab will be the man who will be looking to go big. That's well played. Try to put it in the gap. Good fielding, but yes, misses out. Still 2 runs given away. That should have only been a single. A good effort from the man at point. Yet misses out. Stopping that. All of these extras will cost them dearly. That's the last thing that I would want. Unfortunately, we've seen cases where people try their best to stop those runs, and yet it gets leaked due to sloppy fielding from the others. Down the ground. Playing a very sensible knock, Sorab. Well, I'm sure he is more in a dilemma at this point in time. Will he prioritize his personal milestone versus the milestone of the team? Will he be working towards that 150, 160 for the team? Or will he prioritize his personal milestone? Swing and a miss. Extremely good keeping. That is given. That is a flashy stomping from Russell. Andre Russell usually hits it down the ground, but this Russell cleans him up like MSD. MSD of legends. Not the legend MSD himself, but this is the MSD of Legends team. Soul Power from Legends. Russell picks up a flash. Well, that was faster than lightning. What a stumping that from this man. That was very, very quick. In the blink of an eye, he cleans him up. The captain bringing out his best from behind the stumps. He's been clinical. And Naeem walks back trying to force things on. And the onus now will be on Sorab to take it through. Well, I'm sure he's been there, so he needs to go big if he has to get them to about 160. If he commits to scoring that 50 and slow things down, it could definitely be a personal milestone that he will celebrate, but will it come at the cost of the team's victory? That would be the question. But if he is able to do both of them in style with an aggressive brand of cricket, I think that is the best course of action for both his team and himself. He's doing a great job thus far, Sorab. But on the other hand, that was a really good stomping from Russell. Came to him quickly, elected it so well, but he's cleaned him up. Tahmir picks up a wicket. Well bowled again. A slow action, but a quick delivery. And fizzes past the batsman in no time. Especially difficult for a newcomer. When you're new to the crease, you yet to get accustomed to the pitch. And when it's so quick off the pitch, it's difficult as well. And that beats him. Well, he should have expected that ball to turn away from him. The anticipation wasn't great. The result, a 4. And Fahad not happy about it. They have exchanging a few words. Rightly so, not deserving for their Tahmir by the end of the over. Scorecard reads 131, an 8-run over. Hadn't it that been for that boundary, it could have just been 4 runs. A beautiful over, just ruined by that boundary. From the context of the game, they were going at about 11 runs per over until the last over. So this 8-run over seems to be absurd for Vijaya Cricket Club. And if it weren't for that boundary, that should have been only 4 runs. In comes a new bowler, bowling for the first time in this contest. Rahmat, the new bowler, picking up the ball to bowl over the wickets. And he is to bowl to the settled batsman, Sorab. What a shot! Extremely well timed, and it goes right in between those two fielders. The fielder gives up the chase. And that's the individual 50, second individual 50 in MPL 8, first semi-final between Vijaya Cricket Club and Soul Power from Legends. That is Sorab. .33 ball 50 from the captain, leading from the front. What Vijaya Cricket Club? Swing and a miss. It's called a good ball by the umpire. That's much better bowling from Rahmat. Trying to keep that wide line, but he does have only cover in place. No point for that shot. Good shot. Again, well timed. Coming down the front, coming back for a second is Sorab, and beautiful running. Age is just a number. Age is just a number. That's what he is talking about to himself. Well, his mind over body. That's what's happening at this point in time. Well, his skills, absolute beast. This man is timing it so well. No wonder he is coaching youngsters from the sidelines, and they should be honored. They should definitely be honored by this man. Coaching them up in the air. No one goes for it. Falls in no man's land. Falls in the no man's land. So it's only a single taken off. That delivery was high up in the air. Had some time for the fielders to get under it. But the fielders chose not to go for that. And the result is only a single, and we've got a new man on strike. Up on strike, a hard hitter. Down the ground it goes. Bludgeons that out only for a single though. Try to hit it too hard. Harder than we were expecting, of course. What a shot that is going all the way, and he missed it. My. He's timed that to perfection. Just fall short. But let me tell you, that was a hit and a half. That was pure timing. Well, a blissful hit for anyone who's looking at timing the ball. But just that it didn't make it. From the outside, but those catches during the matches are real.
നമ്മൾ ഈ ഒരു ഓയിൽ പ്രിപ്പറേഷൻ നടത്തുന്നത് പിന്നീടാണെങ്കിൽ ഹൈജീനിക്കിൻ്റെ കാര്യത്തിലും നമ്മൾ വളരെയധികം ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ചുരുങ്ങിയ കാലയളവിൽ തന്നെ നമുക്ക് ലക്ഷക്കണക്കിന് ആളുകളുടെ വിശ്വസ്തത നേടിയെടുക്കാനും കൂടി കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്.
At our state-of-the-art manufacturing unit, we follow stringent quality checks at every stage, from formulation to packaging, ensuring products that are effective and reliable.
Cleaners time and again, as often as we've seen Naufal doing it and Sorab doing it, it is a matter of mindset. Slow one down the ground, should be 4 runs. No, no. That is a great effort gone in vain. all that effort to cover that ground from Fahad almost paid off. Like I said, almost. He covered it so well, but he wasn't able to get his hands on the ball to collect that cleanly. And Sorab takes it well. Sorab gets another single to get off strike. Well, he's feeling the pinch of shortness of breath. He's tired. All those shots could have been put away the fence otherwise. Slower one, given a wide by the umpire. The loopy delivery from Anas takes an eternity to come to you. And when you have all the time in the world but no pace behind it, it's all about power. Not much of timing can help you on that. And he's got one for his name. We have got a wicket against the run of play. We have a wicket for Anas. Well, that didn't look like it was going to be a wicket, but he was trying to force things. He wanted to go big. That's the end of the batsman. Nisham walks back and in comes a new batsman, Tahir. Well, he had a job to do and he was trying to do that and he perished, Nisham. He had to go big. That was the job provided. And whilst executing that, he walks back. On the other hand, we've got Sorab still in the middle. This young man has not only scored a 50, but he has been there since the beginning of the innings. He is taking his team through to the end like a captain, like a warrior, like the leader he is. The ex-captain of Saudi and the coach of under-19 Saudi team doing it with the bat himself. So we've got Anas to bowl to Tahir. It's the down the ground. Tahir comes. It's the brother in arms. The sibling of Sorab is Tahir. So it's the brothers in arms at this point in time. Legends do not have to just deal with one man, but now they'll also have to deal with his brother. As if Sorab wasn't enough, Tahir comes into the picture. But will legends fight like the legends they are? Or will Vijaya get a victory? Stopped by Fahad, only a single. "45 minutes. And it's a catch dropped. Well, definitely an athletic pose, an acrobatic attempt, but not taken. The results matter, not the procedure of doing that, especially in a knockout phase. That's a dropped catch, and after that, a good attempt to finish the over. 149. 149 on the cards with one more over to go. Well, they've achieved the target of 150. Anything from here on is a bonus. They're one short of 150. So that's almost at 150 for them already. Another 10-12 runs from this over. They would be more than happy. First semi-final encounter. MPL Season 8 between Vijaya Cricket Club and Soul Powerful Legends in progress. We're at the fag end of the first innings. 150 up for Vijaya Cricket Club. Vijaya Cricket Club have just got to 150 in the last over. And Fahad to bowl 5 more deliveries. Sarab trying his best to get those big hits out, but not able to. Well, he is very tired at this point in time, and a run-out chance missed away from the deep. That shouldn't have been 2 runs in the first place. And they're reaping the benefits of sloppy fielding here as Vijaya Cricket Club. There were a couple of catches dropped, crucial catches along the way and during the course of the match. And that's biting them back. But it was a chanceless innings from Sarab and no fill. Well bowled. That's a good change up from Fahad. That sat up right to the ribs of Sarab. He was expecting that towards his shoulders. Probably the anticipation in bounce was higher than what Fahad had accepted. That is a monster again, but this time he's taken in the deep. Second time around in the game. Similar shot going to the fielder, but this time he pouches that. What a great shot from Sarab, but inches short of going over the ring. And the man who caught it was Rahmat. Good catch in the deep to end Sarab's innings in the last over. And the man who pouches the catch is also young at heart, but he's got more than 50 years under his belt. And that's a great innings coming to the end for Sarab. Rahmat, the man in the deep who's picked up the catch, is 50 years old in age, but with his fielding is just 20 years in the field. Last over in progress. Swing and a miss. That's how difficult it is to face Fahad, but Sarab was so very set and it made look very, very easy. That's how easy he was timing them. Didn't feel that he was faced by anything that was coming his way. It's just that he was tired at the end. Getting off strike and to end the innings and the over from Fahad. Scorecard 153. 153 on the board by Vijaya Cricket Club for the loss of 5 wickets and to win the first semi-final of MPL Season 8 between Vijaya Cricket Club and Solpa from Legends. The victory needed for Legends, they will have to score 154 in the allotted 15 overs at about 10.7 runs per over. And on the other hand, Vijaya Cricket Club are well placed because in a semi-final encounter, scoring anything over 10 runs per over is not just a difficult task, it is a really difficult task. And we will catch up on the chase after a short break. Until then, signing off. not won the toss and you would have definitely had a plan. If you had won it, what would have been your choice?
So today we were planning to bat, and we were planning to get a score and
It's a good toss to lose for you as well. Anyways, you were considering to bat. And the other thing is that do you have any changes in your own 11?
no.
Fair enough. And what do you make of the tournament? I think you also had a great tournament thus far. But what have you taken from there? And what are you trying to implement in the knockout phases? But what I've seen from your team is that you do possess really good batsmen and you dominated most of the times. But what would be your overall scope of going with the batsmen this time? Because this time around you would be bowling in the second half rather than chasing. I think your strength being batting and bowling on the other side. What would you make of it if you really go into bat and then defend the second time round?
We have the bowling strength as well, so that with the Sunday, the first matches, then so we gone through it. We know that, so the bowling side is very good as well. So definitely we have the game plan and everything, so we to so it goes to
Right, and what do you make of the pitch? Do you think it'll have some devils in the second innings or do you think it'll stay intact after 15 overs?
yes,
All right, that's the news in the middle. Sunday CCA won the toss and elected to field first. Thank you.
We take pride in being a responsible brand. Celebrities from South India. At MS, we're not just making personal care products. We are nurturing a lifestyle rooted in trust, tradition, and the power of nature. MS Natural Products. It's nature. It's natural.
being held at WAYANAD Cricket Stadium. We've had an exciting encounter beginning about a few hours ago. It was Vijaya Cricket Club versus Soul Parfum Legends, the first semi-final encounter and the first knockout at the Masters League. And we would also like to note that the winners of this contest will be the first team to secure the place in the final. And Vijaya Cricket Club were put into bat by Soul Parfum Legends. In the allotted 15 overs, they put up a target of 154, and Legends will be aiming to chase that. And they need to
Vijaya. Vijaya.
It's time to begin the chase between Vijaya Cricket Club and Soul Parfum Legends, the first semi-final. We have representatives from our medical department as well. Thanks to ICRA Hospital for bringing us that medical aid. They are the ones who are sponsoring our medical expenses based on the overall flow of the game, and they're helping us in terms of recovering as well. Thank you so much. They've given their best to give us refreshments as well as also giving us the opportunity to use their facilities in case of emergency. And the vehicle, that is the ambulance, being provided by them as well in case of emergencies. Thank you so much. Well, in the event of emergencies, our rescue partner is ICRA. Thank you so much. And we are about to begin the chase between Vijaya Cricket Club and Soul Parfum Legends, the first semi-final encounter. MPL Season 8 at WAYANAD Cricket Stadium, a beautiful stadium, a picturesque one with the backdrop of mountains and lush greenery, being brought to you by M2 Natural Ayurvedic and co-sponsor Allied Group along with our digital partner Caps. Here we go. From the bowling department, Oscar coming over the wicket, left arm to Russell. Apologies, that's Maru on strike. And starts off with a dot ball. A precious dot ball. Every single dot ball in a power play over is nothing less than a diamond. Something to yearn for the bowler. Oh, that's a swing and miss. There is a huge appeal from the keeper though. Doesn't look like it's taken, but there seems to be a call from both the keeper as well as the bowler. Was interested for a bit. The fielders around him were interested too. But not given by the umpire. Standing unfazed is the straight umpire. Good umpiring, not budging for any pressure. And that is a great job by these umpires. Not an easy task. Under pressure every single delivery and has to be on target with their decision. No hesitation whatsoever will be tolerated by the fielders, especially in a crunch game like this. The good shot towards point is getting off the strike. Is Maruf and handing it over to Russell. That immediately calls for change in field. With Russell on strike, the man who can strike it big. So it's a great contest within the contest. A battle between a battle. It's between Askar versus Russell. A really good all-rounder Askar. The left-handed batsman who could have been destroyer if he had started getting off with his hits, but was taken by Fahad with a beautiful delivery. Or rather, Nabi picked up that wicket in the second over. But this time with the ball, he can be effective as well. On the other hand, he has Russell against him. Another pinch hitter. Let's go over the wicket. Strays down the leg side, tucked away for a single. Gets off strike. A very quiet over this from Askar. No fuss whatsoever, just keeping it as much as straighter as possible. And it takes the body, says the umpire. So it's given a leg bye. Coming over the wicket again, and immediately again the mean change happening in the field. And that seems to be a better option, especially with the one on the leg side rather than the one at backward point, considering that is coming over the wicket. That's a swing and a miss. Expecting that to be a wide. It is an appeal from the umpire. Again, the umpire is unfazed. Good umpiring that from the man at square leg. Well bowled by Askar, and a beautiful piece of attempt from the keeper as well. Well, that's a good shot. That is a thumping shot down the ground. He thumped it to perfection. What a shot down the ground from Maruf. Well, that was purely hand-eye coordination, not much of feet involved. He smacked it down the ground for 4 runs to end the first over. Beautiful shot to end it after the end of the first one. 6 for no loss. Chasing a target of 154 is Solpa from Legends. They are at 6 for no loss after the end of the first power play over. 4 overs of allotted power play. It is a stark difference between how Legends started off with the ball versus how Vijaya Cricket Club have started off. They leaked 14 runs. The very first over, it was wayward bowling from Altaf, but however, Vijaya Cricket Club with Askar started off beautifully, 6 for no loss. That's a great over to end the power play over, especially the first one. If it wasn't for that 4 from Maruf, it would have been just 2 runs. Tucked away by Russell. He's watchful with the ball, not trying to go for every single delivery that comes his way. That's very well done. That's how Sorab started his innings. He was very, very watchful in the beginning, not to try too many fancy things and just play on the merit of the ball. And Russell is trying to emulate that for his team, and that's much, much needed. The captain again leading from the front. It's tucked away, another single. No, says Russell, he wasn't interested. These are very, very important runs. Every single that they sneak out is going to add to the overall scoreboard. So they should be ready, especially in a power play over and when they're very, very fresh with their legs. Down the ground again, but it is straight to the bowler. It is a dot ball. Another precious dot ball in the power play over. Chasing a target of 153. They should have a brisk start, especially in the power play overs. They should capitalize as much as possible because once the field is spread, it becomes difficult to hit them out of the park. Comes down the ground, straight to short cover. Sorab couldn't get his body onto the ball quickly. Turns out to be a single. Yaza started off very well for Vijaya Cricket Club. Vijaya running towards Vijayam. That's well ball that kicked up from length from what we've seen Russell do. Wasn't, as straight as he thought so. He anticipated to have it straight to his bat. However, it kicked off from good length, but he's dealt it well. Gets off strike. That's good batting and adapted pretty well, the captain. Trying to shimmy down the ground and force the bowler to bowl a white ball. Good stuff from Maruf, trying to up the ante, showing some intent to be aggressive. That's definitely needed. This one's a wide delivery as well. Second consecutive wide. When calling for a bat. Only the non-playing members are allowed to enter the field. Let me remind you that no player who was involved in the 11 is expected to walk in. It is only the non-playing members allowed to come through. Yaza to pull again. It is a good delivery. Well, he's getting a lot of bounce. That's the purchase that the faster bowlers were looking for, and the pace bowlers were trying to enforce as well. But Yazar does a good job in extracting that bounce. So good over to end another beautiful over. Just 5 of that, even better than the first one. 11 for no loss after the end of 2. Chasing a mighty target of 154. This is a slow start from Soul Power from Legends, but Legends being Legends, never count them out. They do boast of a good batting attack, especially the man on strike, Russell, is known for his big hits, and he wants to emulate his opposing captain, his counterpart. Did a great job in taking the innings through to the end. That's what he's expected to do, but he would be holding himself responsible to take them over the line. Even if not play to the end, it will be over the line. That is what matters for the captain of Soul Power from Legends, considering these are the knockout stages. The winner will secure the first place in the final, and the second place in the final will be decided in the second semi-final. First team to step in the final will be from this contest, and this should be a contest that comes down to the end. Well tucked away. Well, they are right on the money, these two folks, Askar and Yaza. That has been the difference between these two sides. They were initially offline, and they were not bowling to their strengths, Legends. But here, we see the stark difference. Tried to dab it away towards mid-wicket, doesn't get good connection. Played uppishly, was in the air for a while, but falls short of the fielder, getting only a single. And that is why we are looking at Vijaya Cricket Club doing it so well with the ball, because they have been able to bowl the lines according to the field's setup, and their field setup is immaculate, considering that they're reading the batsmen so well. That's another shot attempted from Maruf. Saurabh tries to stop that with his foot, unable to do so. So, change in strike ensures Russell, the captain, is on strike against Askar. Askar is continuing around the wicket. He's bowling a brilliant spell, this man. He's trying to go across the batsman, not giving him any room for that matter, cramping him as much as possible and asking the batsman to hit towards the leg side. And he's having protection on the leg side just for that. Again, that's the length we were talking about. Trying to cramp him for room. And it hits him on the pad, and he's trying as much as possible to cramp him towards the leg side. That's beautiful full bowling from Askar. And seems like there's a fair exchange of words between the keeper and the batsman. So mental battle also happening in the middle. That's the best of cricket for you. Beautiful shot, but straight to the man in the deep backward point. Cuts it off for a single and gets off strike is Russell. No signs of big hits yet from these two batsmen, which is concerning, considering there's just one more power play over left and they're chasing a tall target, 154. But Maruf has shown intent of being aggressive, but he hasn't shown the timing that was needed. Let's see what he does. Slower delivery, well bowled, and he struck gold. He has timed that better this time around. It goes down the ground for 4 runs. Beautiful shot. Watching the ball very well. And it goes past the fielder in a flash. And after the end of the 3 overs of power play, (18) for no loss. 7-run over. The last ball again costing them that extra. Happened to him the first over as well. He bowled a beautiful over with just 2 runs until the last ball was bowled and thumped down the ground by Amarov. And similarly what happened during his second over as well. Bowled a beautiful over, but the last one costing them a boundary. Setting at 6 runs per over now is Solpa from Legends. They are chasing a tall target, 150 for about 10.7 per over. Swing and a miss. That was the first sign of aggression from Russell. Well, he is trying to up the ante as well. He's trying to force things to ensure that he has more runs on the board. Considering this is the last over of power play, not a surprise. First one turns out to be a dot ball. That is a monster out of the park. What a great hit from Russell. That straight hit the moment it got off the bat. And a fabulous hit from this man. And that's the result of being aggressive. That's what he can do. And that's what he does in style to begin with. Amazing shot. Clean connection. And as clean as a whistle as it can get. Coming back for the next delivery, he goes up in the air. Oscar under it, will he take it? And he has. That is a big, big wicket. And an excellent comeback. Well, he was trying to go for another one. It has to be between far and few. Not every delivery. Russell doesn't get it. And he skied one up in the air, and a beautiful catch from Oscar. He settled under that, took his own sweet time to come down the ball, but he was stationed very well under that. What a catch from him. Very, very crucial one. And taken very well under pressure is Oscar. That is why he is regarded as the best all-rounder in his team. He had all the time in the world, but he still had to take it. He does that to perfection. First blood drawn for Vijaya Cricket Club. They were vying for that wicket for some time because he is the big man that they wanted to send back as soon as possible, and they have found him napping. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball, was trying to go hard down the ground. That should have been sent down the ground rather than across. It's too full for the liking, and he has perished. Brings Fahad on to strike, and Yaza will be an elated man to get that first wicket. First semi-final encounter. Beautiful one to begin with. Well bowled by Yaza. Well played in the end by Fahad as well. Very first delivery. Good length delivery up to him. Batsman up for the toss. 154 the overall target. Good shot from Fahad, but a fielder in the deep will cut this off for a single and he gets off strike, gets off mark. Now the onus will be on Maruf. He has been there for quite a while. Fourth over, the last over of power play. How will he cope up after that wicket? Will he go for those big hits? Or will he hold one end up? That's a good delivery to end it as well. After the end of the fourth over, an excellent over coming to an end with the fall of the captain's wicket. 25 for 1 after the end of 4 overs. Nisham, the new man with the ball, after the end of the power play overs, 25 for 1. Going at about 6.25 per over is Soul Power from Legends. Contest between Soul Power from Legends versus Vijaya Cricket Club, the first semi-final encounter of MPL Season 8. MPL Season 8 being brought to you by M2 Natural Ayurvedic. And course, title sponsor is Allied Group along with the digital partners CAPS. Oh, he snuck a single away from nothing. Sorab was late on the ball. Recognized that he wasn't bouncing on it. Fahad gets a single and hands back strike to Maruf. With the field restriction off, it could be difficult for the batsman to go big, but with Maruf been there for about 2 overs of the 4 bowled. In fact, he's faced 2 overs of the 4 bowled. So he is pretty well settled, but will he try to go to the end? Will he play himself to give themselves a chance until the end, or will the instructions be to go at it right from the beginning of this over? Well, that's a wide and a good stop is what we felt, but it went through the keeper for 4 runs. And he got there, the keeper, on time. Unfortunately, not able to grab that. It's an extra plus 4 runs. 5 runs gifted to Legends. Will this break the shackles, or will Nisham bowl out his heart? Beautiful bowling that. That was a Jaffa from Nisham. Well, it was almost past the batsman in a flash and at the right length that a pace bowler must be bowling at. On top of off stump and at good pace. Oh, that was a pickup shot attempted by the batsman. Unable to get anything on it. Maruf, and Fahad, rightly so, takes some time off to have a discussion with him. Maruf doesn't seem to be at its best. He's trying to get that rhythm going, unable to time it as well as he likes, or at least he's anticipating it to strike it well, which hasn't been the case thus far. Well bowled again. Well bowled by Nisham. He's keeping it tight as well. The first one did go for an extra run of 4, but after that, he's bowled 2 really good overs. Nisham again. That's good bowling. But well played by Maruf. He wanted the second to come through. After the end of 5 overs, scorecard reached 32 for 1. 32 for 1 after the end of 5, and looks like you've got Maruf walking back as retired out. It will be Taumir walking in. Five overs gone. Scorecard reads 32 for 1, and they're chasing 154. Is Legends. With Maru walking back as retired out, it would be 32 for 2. And we have Taumir on strike with Fahad as non-strikers in. Well bowled. Coming over the wicket, starts off with a flat delivery, not giving him any room. That was bowled straight to the stumps. Had he missed away, that could have been an LBW chance. Right on the money from Nofil. Well bowled again, second time in a row. He's bowled a similar delivery onto the stumps. You miss, I hit. Delivery. Fahad dealing it with caution. Tucked away towards leg side at mid wicket. Coming back for 2. No, they settle against it. Good return from the deep. Nofil, the all-rounder, who scored an individual 50 today at a strike rate of 200, is back with the ball. Excellent delivery again. He's dealing with dot balls. So this is a great contest between two really good teams. And we've got two really good batsmen in the middle, Tahmir and Fahad. This is the best pair that they would be looking for legends to take them through. We understand that Fahad has attended training camps alongside Yuvraj during his early days, his childhood. This man has had the opportunity to meet the stalwart when he was in the making of a star. And that's the caliber that this man possesses, Fahad, so don't count him out yet. On the other hand, we have Tahmir, who played a pivotal part in taking his team to the semi-final single-handedly in the previous edition. A couple of editions ago, he was the pivotal man to look forward for, and he did that so well that he carried the team single-handedly to the knockout phases. Well, if not for these two batsmen, who else can take them through? So it's the best partnership. Oh, that's well bowled, but stopped midway for the keeper. He was wrong-footed, and he allows that to go for 4 runs. Nisham bowling at good pace and good line as well. It's just that it went past the keeper in no time. He stopped midway while shifting to his right, so he was caught wrong-footed. Ends up giving that 4. Nisham may not be a happy man, but legends will take it in any form it comes through to them. Down the leg side it goes. Appeal in vain by Nisham. Was never a wicket. Just trying his luck. The umpire turns it down, and the run rate creeping up. The required run rate going close to 13.5. Every single dot delivery will add to the pressure. Well struck towards mid wicket. Wide long on, cuts it off for a single. Driven handsomely towards long on, but not for too many, just a single taken. Nisham is doing things well quietly, not allowing the batsman to get any room. He's been full. That's a beautiful shot down the ground, but the man at long off stops it. Good shot, but only a single at the end. Nisham finishes a beautiful over. 7 overs gone, 42 on the cards. They need another 112 to win this, and that 112 to be chased down in 8 overs. Well, this being a Saturday, we've got families coming together to support their teams. And we can see that we do have a lot of female audience today as well. We are supporting their teams, egging them on to get some support and motivation to go farther. Up in the air, that is a skied one and falls in no man's land. And Sorab wants to cut it off, but he couldn't get there, so the man from the deep cuts it off. 2 runs, it was high up in the air. Had a lot of time, but the fielder couldn't get there on time, so it is just 2 runs. Beautiful bowling from Nofil. The angle that he's creating is that the release point which makes the difference. The angle created is that it comes from over the off stump or the first stump from the bowling end. So it is angling across like a bowler who's bowling left-handed from over the wicket, and that's a great shot. Fabulous timing on that one. Didn't look like he had enough on it, but the ball had all the legs to get to the boundary. Courtesy, good timing. And this man who's had a run up with Yuvraj in his training camp shows glimpses of that. Oh, beautiful shot again. Extremely good timing, but not getting it in the middle of these fielders. Had he bisected them well, he would have got that extra 2 runs, but doesn't look like. Good shot that from Fahad. What a beautiful shot. He picked it up so well on the offside. Try to slice it as much as he can, and he does that to perfection. Very good shot from Fahad to end the over. That is an expensive one by the end of it from Nofil. After the end of 8 overs, 55. And the required run rate has gone up to 14 per over. 14 runs required every single over from here on. They've kept it very tight as Vijaya Cricket Club, the first semi-final of MPL Season 8 at WAYANAD Cricket Stadium. A beautiful picturesque stadium with an excellent backdrop of mountains and lush greenery. Is being brought to you by M2 Natural Ayurvedic and co-sponsored by Allied Group and the digital partner CAPS. Thanks to these sponsors for allowing us to conduct a great tournament and host this at a beautiful ground where stalwarts have made their names, have practiced to get into the Ranji leagues as well as to represent Indian cricket team at one point in time. I thank the sponsors for giving us the opportunity to host it, and thank all the players who made it on this day to make this a grand success. The success story being redefined by all of these youngsters at heart, although their age is just a number. Good shot down the ground, powerful hit to long on, but doesn't go for 4 runs. Gets off strike as Tamir. Like I said, this is the best partnership that they can, bank on to get them over the line. Oh, that's a beautiful shot! Over point, and it goes all the way. Massive 6. Excellent timing and a maximum out of the bat from Fahad. Tall and lanky man. Packs a punch. What a shot that. Beautiful timing. And he definitely had some power behind it. He tries to go too hard this time, gets an inside edge, running away to the fine leg boundary, but the fielder cuts it off. It seems to be a mix-up in the middle and they're coming back for extra. 2 runs taken, not anymore. Tahmir calls no for the 3rd run. This turns out to be 2. That's what happens when you try to go too hard, lose your shape. You end up playing a bad shot. Again, trying to go too hard. Very well bowled by 9. Trying to go too hard down the ground, misses his shape and gets himself beaten. Beaten comprehensively for that matter. Shot one and put away. That should be 4 runs. Goes past him in a flash. That is a great shot to the fence. Turning out to be an expensive over this. But much needed for Soul Powerful Legends. Legends will be trying to win this in style, but they need to climb a big ladder to get there. Well, they are short of many runs at this point in time. They had to go at about 10 runs per over, but they're only going close to about 7 runs in each. The required run rate has come down a bit, a tad bit lesser than what it was. It was at 14.1. It's come down to 13.8 or 13.9 to be precise. And thanks to Fahad for bringing it down, but they've got a long way to go. These need to come often. Cannot be between far and few. It has to be more often than not for Fahad to get them over the line. And if he does that, nothing short of a spectacle for the spectators, because big hits are required. There we go, another one up in the air and it clears the fence by a mile. What a hit that! Fabulous hitting. Extreme force from Fahad. But fabulous batting from this man. Every single hit giving them more hope. My, that is beautiful shot. What an excellent hit from Fahad. He is the one to watch out for. I request only the non-playing members to step into the field when refreshments or nutrition is being provided. Hydration, nutrition, whatever it may be. Only the non-playing members are allowed to step in and not the playing 11. We've got a packed crowd this afternoon. More crowd expected as we progress during the day. A female audience as well as the supporters of each team have made it through, considering it's a holiday, and they're showing their support even with the young kids walking here and there with their charisma, adding on to the overall bonanza today. Extravaganza being brought in by MPL Season 8 at WAYANAD Cricket Stadium. All this extravaganza for these young players at heart, although their age is over 40, they're not down with any excitement or energy than a 20-year-old. Tahmir on strike. He is looking for those big ones alongside Fahad. And these two have to make it count. Down the leg side and a freebie with another 4 added to the board. That is an expensive one to start off with by Sadiq. Sadiq begins with a wide and a 4. That is 5 runs added to the board without a legal delivery being bowled. Very, very casual. This is something that I've pointed out time and again in this tournament. A new bowler who hasn't bowled over the whole day, especially in the middle overs or whilst even beginning the innings, has to bowl a few to his partner, loosen up a bit before he bowls the first delivery, because every single delivery counts. Short one, played well to point, backward point cuts it off for a single. A good return still ends up as a run. Brings Fahad on strike. Tahamir warming up as well. He is finding the sweet spot. The previous one was well timed. It'll be Fahad on strike. Sadiq to bowl, bowls a wide delivery. It is another extra. Starts off wayward, 4+1 as wide, another single, another wide. So it is already 7 runs with one delivery bowled. Up in the air, Fahad, and taken by Asghar in the deep. That is a big blow to the chase. Well, that is a big wicket. That was not timed well by Fahad. Not too much pace on it. He was trying to go down the ground. He's expecting some more pace behind it. Good vision, but does not really read the pitch well. Slow one. And he is a gunner. Well, they must be looking really solid now, Vijaya Cricket Club, with 2 big fishes back in the net. Well, they pouched 2 big wickets for sure. One in the form of Russell, and the second another big hitter, Fahad. He will be disappointed and walking back to the fence. And that also shows up in the spectators. Not happy about it. Dejected faces the supporters. But nothing is over until the last ball is bowled. The run rate pegged down to 12.9 with these 2 folks batting in the middle. 9.2 gone, 81 for 3. The third batsman is retired out. Sadiq picked up a big wicket. Although he's been expensive, he will be spared by the captain because he's picked up a very big fish. Looks like Fahad was getting onto the nerves of the bowlers and he was finding it quite right. And he was timing it well too, especially carries the brute force to take it over the fence, and that's what's required at this stage, with 12.9 required every over. But with that breakthrough, Vijaya will be breathing a sigh of relief. Good shot, and in the gap. Well played by Anas. This man may not have the stature that you're looking for with respect to physicality, but has all the skills in the book to make it count. Like just you've seen a beautiful 4 going off the point region. This man can pack a punch. A pocket dynamite for Soul Parfum legends. That's why they named themselves legends. These are legends who cannot be counted out from the overall game perspective. Oh, that's a beautiful shot again. This time he uses the height to good effect. That could have been a really good delivery for someone who's a little taller, but for that height, it comes across as a short one, and he's punished that very well. Over the square leg fielder for 4 runs and adds on to the scoreboard. More importantly, keeping the run rate in check for themselves. Very, very expensive over. Just 4 deliveries bowled, 15 runs given. This is the over they were looking for. Had Fahad stayed a little longer, he would have enjoyed this. But Sadiq had other ideas for Fahad, and Anas joins in the party. What a shot that comes out of nowhere, and that is a maximum colossal hit by that pocket dynamite. The pocket rocket sending one into the abyss. What a shot. Cracking one from Anas, and he's timed it so well. And the spectators enjoying it. Well, gets into the eternity. 5 deliveries gone, 21 runs. Given away by Sadiq, but he's picked up a really important wicket. Down the leg side should be an extra. It is called by the umpire as a wide. So another run added to the board. 5 deliveries gone. 22 off the over. And another delivery to go. What will Anas do? Sadiq under pressure. Another wide, this time over the offside. 2 extremes. The result the same. Well, he can actually bowl a fuller one and have the field spread at cover, long on, long off, and also mid-wicket. That's something that he can do. The point fielder, the backward point, may not be necessary. If he bowls a fuller one and backed that up by a slower one, he is in the game already. Why isn't he doing that? Again, shot and played well. That could have gone for 4 runs had he put it more finer. But the shorter one's not helping for Sadiq. A fuller one will definitely. But after an eventful over coming to an end, 24 of that. 98 for 2 after the end of 10 overs. Well, they're back on track. They're back on track with this over. This was the over that they were looking for. The scorecard reached 98 for 2, and in the next 5 overs, they need to score another 56 to win it. So it's 30 ball, 56 the equation. And at one point, they required about 14 runs per over. That's come down to 11 runs now. Courtesy the previous over by Sadiq, and it was a really expensive over from the context of the game as well. They were only needing 11 or 12 to stay on course. That was somewhere around 13 to 14 after a few overs, and the last over changed the tables around, and they still have good bowlers to stop that, and one such bowler is Naufal. He'll be bowling against Anas. Down the leg side he goes. Naufal continues from where Sadiq left off in terms of runs. And that's not what's expected out of him from the captain. That's well bowled. Very well bowled. That is a really nagging length from the bowler. That's neither in the slot nor on length for you to tuck it away. That's shot and put away and will be cut off though. What beautiful shot from Anas. That was short enough to be put away. Well tried. But straight to the man. He didn't place it well. Better placement. Could have seen 4 runs. Down the leg side. Well. That's good batting from Tamir. Keeping it it very, very tight for themselves is Vijaya. But Tahamir finding a good shot, trying to be a little cheeky, and that's definitely required at this stage. Tucked away for another single, quiet over this. Turning out to be a good one for Vijaya. No freebies given away besides that wide. The keeper chooses to dislodge the stump on the other end. He's had enough with the stumps that he's guarding. So he tries to go for the other one and he's successful. Shot one down the ground. Will that be 4 runs? Askar cuts it off easily for just a single. And rather than throwing it back, he bowls it back right from the boundary rope to the bowler. What can he not do? Shot one and should have been punished by Anas. He misses out and he recognizes that as well. It was down the leg side and should have been put away for 6 because there was no fine leg in place. Good shot! What a shot that from Anas. Excellent timing on that one. Again, not getting the right placement, but he's batting beautifully. After the end of 11, 105 for 2. Just a 7-run over and a beautiful over from Naufal. They need somewhere around 11 to 12 runs every over from here on. To be precise, it's 12.25. Every single over, 11 overs gone, 105 for 2. And it's a family afternoon thus far in the second tier of the WAYANAD Cricket Stadium. We've got all the players seated on the first tier near the pavilion, and the second tier is completely packed with our family rooting. And that family support is required for all of these youngsters at heart because they haven't lived such moments in their childhood, and this is bringing them back to what they've lost, and they're enjoying this every single bit. And that's exactly why this tournament has been set up. MPL Season 8 being brought to you by M2 Natural Ayurvedic and Allied Group. Oh, that's well bowled. That was some good pace, serious pace, chance of a run out. And he misses out. Well, it hit him on the rib. I'm sure that he needs some medical attention. If required, yes. Looks like he is fine, but we would recommend taking some water at least. Being hit in the rib, not an easy thing to take. He copped a blow for his team. He takes it valiantly like a warrior. Anas. Nisham is bowling at good pace. Shot up in the air, catch. No, drops right in between two fielders. But good running between the wickets from Pal. Well, that is great running. The Pals in the middle doing it with running as well. Partly thanks to Anas. He's been very quick with those fresh legs. Low full toss. What a beautiful shot that. That flies away in a flash. Goes past the boundary ring so well, and also being applauded by those young female fans. They understand the importance of that innings. And that's how deep-rooted cricket is in the blood and veins of these young fans. He's doing an excellent job. Tahmir holding one end for Soul Parfum Legends. Swing and a miss. That could have been a better shot for Tahmir. He's trying to force things out towards covers again. This time a more flat padded shot considering it was a short one that was bowled. Short one, this time towards square leg, and a man stationed there will cut it off for a single and a good return. And that isn't a great return. Looks like Tahmir has stolen a single out of nowhere, and Nisham is distraught. He is definitely not happy with that effort from the deep. While he is trying to bowl his heart out, the fielders not backing him up. They should run down towards fine leg. Doesn't get much on the bat. Should only be a single to finish off the over. After the end of 12 overs, scorecard reads 115 for 2, with one man being retired out. Effectively 115 for 3. And the required rate is again crept back to about 13 runs from the next few overs. 12 overs gone. 115 for 2. 39 required of the next 3 overs. That is 18 deliveries. 39 required for Soul Parfum Legends to win the first semi-final. The first semi-final of MPL Season 8 at WAYANAD Cricket Stadium is going down to the wire. At one stage, they were requiring 15 runs per over, Soul Parfum Legends, and 1 over changed the course of the match back to their favour, but it is still far from over. They need to score about 13 runs from there on, and they only scored at about 10 runs per over. So the scorecard looking well poised. It can be either way when it comes down to the end. 10 runs could have been a decent one to look at as run rate, but 13 is still achievable at this day and age in this T20 format or the T15 format that we're currently playing. 1 over can change the game, as we've seen in this innings. 1 good over with 15 to 16 runs or somewhere close to 20 will change the fortunes Legends' way. Will the Legends turn out to be the Legends and get a miracle out to win this? Or will Vijaya Cricket Club bulldoze them over and get a wicket and take it through to their victory? That's a beautiful shot again, well timed, and it goes for 4 runs. Well, the fielder had made all the ground required, but he was not able to hold on to it. That is another big hit. Another 4, another boundary added to the scorecard. Great work from Tahmir. He's holding his end up and trying to put the bad ones away. Yaza comes back and greeted with a 4. Shot one, put away towards point, and only a single to get off strike is Tahmir. "16 deliveries, 34 required." A big heave attempted, and he is being cleaned up by Yaza. Anas trying to force things, not getting that big heave, and perishes, not connecting well, and that's the end of Anas. Well, a short but an impactful innings from him coming to an end. And the man to pick up the wicket is Yaza. He was greeted with a boundary, but he bounces back pretty quickly, and a big wicket, the form of Anas. Had Anas and Tahmir stayed there, there could have been higher hopes of getting over the boundary every single delivery, because both were hitting it quite well, and they were timing it well too. So it's a combination of those two. However, the new batsman stepping in, Nabi, it could be difficult to strike it from ball one. With that, 15 deliveries, 34 the equation. The equation comes down to 34 from 15. And Yaza will be a happy man to finish the next 3 deliveries without too much fuss, especially with the new batsman in. Vijaya will be fancying the chances from here on. But will Nabi have a different script? Let's find out. Yaza coming over the wicket to Nabi. Tries to drive it. That's exactly what we were talking about. Well, trying to force things. It's not easy right from ball one. Just trying to drive down the ground, not getting any connection, catches thin air, and turns out to be a dot delivery. (14:34). It should be wide given by the umpire. So an extra again, unnecessary extras, especially when the going is pretty difficult for the opposition. No need to try too many things. Just stick to your basics. Ask the batsman to do the extra work and get through the over quickly. That kept low, not getting anything on it is Nabi. Another ball gone, another dot ball, and pressure climbing. The current run rate is about 9.4, and the expected is quite high. 13 balls, 33 for Legends' victory. Swing and a miss again from Nabi. 3 excellent deliveries. 3 dot balls consecutively has changed the fortunes again. 33 in 12. About 16.5 in the next 2 overs. .33 required in 12 deliveries, and the man they're bringing to bowl the most crucial over. The most crucial over of the innings is the penultimate over of the innings as well. Chasing 33 in the next 12 deliveries. The only man who could bowl with a cold heart would be Askar, and he is rightly chosen by the captain. This speaks volumes about the captainship of Sorab. This man is quite an experienced customer. He's dealt with international teams as well as also had the opportunity to coach youngsters. That shows the vast experience that he carries, bringing in the right bowler at the right point, and also trying to mix up the bowlers, especially when the going was difficult for Legends. Down the ground he goes. Should only be a single with the long on. Coming back for 2. Sadiq, not being quick on his feet, allows them 2 runs. 31 required of 11 deliveries. And the man to do it will be Tahamir, because he is batting on 32 runs of 24. Good shot. Should be 2 runs at least. Excellent fielding from Nisham. Beautiful fielding. Had to dive across, slide and get it over. Well, although the slide was on the other side, it should have been on his left side. Rather, he goes for the right sided slide. He still gets it. Oh, that's an edge, running away to fine leg, but not getting the required result. Only a dot ball. Well, can it get any better for Vijaya Cricket Club? Just 4 runs of the first 3 deliveries. When they're chasing 16.5 and over, we've got Askar keeping it down to just 4 runs thus far. Good shot, but straight to the man. And he stepped on the boundary ring for a second and went back in. It's given 2 runs. Good running between the wicket. It looked like he was almost stepping on the line, but he first went back to the boundary ring and then stepped back in. Just 6 runs of 4 deliveries. What an over this is turning out to be. Up in the air, should be 2 runs easy, but they only settle for a single. Well, 7 runs in 5 deliveries. What a bowling effort from this man. He has bowled a 2.5, that is about 17 deliveries, and he's only given away 18 runs. That's stat above run a ball. It's 19 in fact. Up in the air, will that be 4 runs? Looks like it will be. No, very well cut off and sent back. Most importantly, that should have been 2 runs. He's given a dot ball to himself. He should have come back for 2 runs. That's not great cricket from Legends. Should have gone for 2 runs rather. Would have reduced the deficit that they were looking at. Last over, 6 balls. 26 required, and that will be the most expensive over if they do give away 26. But will they concede 26 is the question. 128 is the score. Six ball, 26 required. Six balls, 26 required with Tahmir on strike. It's a matter of 4 sixes and a boundary. Or it could be 5 boundaries and a 6 as well. But is that doable? The man who picks up the ball is Naeem. 6 deliveries, 26 runs, and a lot of nervous faces on tier 2 family audiences. Naeem to bowl. The man on strike is Tahmir. He's batting on 37 of 28 deliveries. And if he gets these 26 runs, he will get to his personal milestone as well as also take Legends over the boundary line and the victory. First one, straight to the man at sweeper cover. Only a single. $25 required from 5 deliveries. It is mostly over. Again, only a single stolen. 2 deliveries, 2 runs, and 24 required of 4. 4 sixes. Will this be it? White ball. It still will be 4 sixes. Never count out until the last ball is bowled. Cricket is a funny game. So never ever count them out. That's a beautiful hit, but only for one run. That is more or less a victory for Vijaya, but let's see what they are able to do. Well, a good innings from Tahamir. Not helping them as much as they would have liked. 3 deliveries, 21, and there we go. The cheers for Vijaya Cricket Club. Their fans are ecstatic. They are elated that they are getting to the final. And why not? Good shot and goes for 4 runs, but not good enough to get them over the line. 17 required of 2 deliveries. 17 of 2, that's 3 sixes involved, but only 2 deliveries left. Well, will there be an anti-climax? Will there be a no ball? Will there be a wide and a 4? Will we get to see that? Will Naeem do that? Or goes towards long on? There is a gun fielder in the form of Askar, so it's more or less done. Legends have tried so hard, but haven't been able to get through the line. Naeem with the last ball. And the celebrations will begin for Vijaya Cricket Club, the first team to get to the final of MPL.
Cricket Club എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് ഗ്രൗണ്ടിൽ ഇറങ്ങേണ്ടതാണ്. വിജയ CC players, please.
Vijaya Cricket Club,
വിജയ
one
CC
step
players എത്രയും
closer to
പെട്ടെന്ന് ഗ്രൗണ്ട്
glory.
ക്ലിയർ ചെയ്യണം. അടുത്ത മാച്ച് നമുക്ക് ഉടനെ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാനുള്ളതാണ്. സൺഡേ CC players എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് ഫീൽഡിൽ ഇറങ്ങേണ്ടതാണ്.
First semi-final.
Congrats to the winning team. Vijaya CC, the first to enter into the finals. New player Jamshid, all the way from Dubai. Jabir, please, Jabir. Fahad Karani from Soul Perfume Legends. Fahad Karani. Fahad Karani, please come forward. The most MVP in this game, Fahad Karani, Soul Perfume Legends. Thank you, Fahad Karani. Thank you, Mr. Saleh. Thank you.